Well, hello, guys. Well, hello, guys. Oops. Oops. There we go. Why do I have the preview on? That's never been on. I hate the sound of my own voice. Oh, God. I had to hear it. Microphone's working, right? Yeah, I see it going. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Doing great. I'm doing really great. I had like a really hard time deciding if I wanted to do art or check out this Stanley Parable shit. And ultimately deciding on the Stanley Parable. Thank you, Tiki, for the lovely bits. I will add that to my collection of bits. Let's make sure my entertainment at your fingertips. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too, Riptide. I was about to go for a walk. It's fine. Nah. That sounds more important than this nonsense I'm up to. Also, a year of subscriptions. Well, thank you, Megan. Thank you. This stream will be interesting. I certainly friggin' hope so. But in either event, I'm ready to get this shit started. I think I've done all of my my prelim stuff to make sure that this works out pretty good. I'm a little worried about the audio being good enough, but I can count on you guys to let me know where that stands. So let's go ahead and get this started. Stand in a closet. Oh no, what am I getting into? What the fuck's that sound? I'll break it into my apartment. Well, the cats has been missing for a few days. Can you hear that? It's probably very quiet. It's very quiet for me. I have played the Stanley Parable before. Let me know where the volume is. The current time computer, you know this. It is 8:27. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay, thank you. That feels like it's wicked too quiet. Right? How does that sound to you guys? Give me some feedback, guys. Is it too quiet? I don't hear anything. Okay, yeah, that's an indicator. How's that? Better, you think? That's at full volume. Does it, like, I know it's not supposed to be that loud. Field of view less than 90 and you're a wiener. Invert Y always. One-handed walking. Not two-legged walking. That's... You know what? Glitch Art TV. Sorry, that was loud, but you got me. 12 months? Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Alert box. Let's turn that fucker out. Be just 1 second. I have played the 2013 version, but it's been so long, really all I can remember is like bits. So I'm kind of curious about that. Okay. I think I've sorted my shit. Thank you for your patience. Subtitle size, all that looks fine. Main volume. Yeah, lots and lots. Anti-aliasing. Oh, hell no. Don't need that anti-aliasing. VSync on. Controls. Jump is space. RT. Alright. Yeah. It's a very interesting game. But we got 75 people here? Excellent. Far too much salt. 3 months for subscribing.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Thank you, Mr.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Well, you were, Stanley.
Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I just touch buttons autonomously. I'm Stanley, I can do what I want. Oh man, I can't jump. Hello.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I can find traces of them. Someone's been here drinking coffee. And everyone... Oh, no, he's got the I Hate Mondays cup. What do we make, mugs? They're everywhere. Oh. I could break people's shit. What's that? I can't read that. Oh shit, worst artist, 100 bits. Maybe they're all preparing a surprise party. Oh god, yes please. How old is Stanley? Oh, funny
Stanley
number.
went around touching every little thing in the office,
Bet
but
your
it didn't
ass.
make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Listen, man, I'm not here to advance your story. Okay. Ah! Yeah, come back here, do whatever I want. It went and asked me the time, but it didn't matter. wow. That's sad. Oh, wait. No, I want a jib. Damn it. Was it having a meeting with cops?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I? I sure did.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let it ball up his... There's so much to read here. Things, money, money, money. Synergize. Oh, yeah.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here,
It's
so
just
he
like-
turned around and got back on track.
There's a broom in here, though.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
You sure
No
did talk.
reason to still be here.
You sure did talk about the broom closet a lot, guys. I don't
It
know.
was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
What do I need justification? Can't I just exist?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
You know what? I'd rather walk around.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You know what? I'm feeling obedient. Oh, I gotta go upstairs more. Hey. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Oh, this bathroom's not that great. Gotta mess with everything, you know me. She gets 2 phones? Gee, Billy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh. Textures. It's too dark in here to function.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Alright, never mind.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Lights go on. Call extension 914, huh? We could escape? Oh shit. Psychrit the squid with 12 months now, thank you. Ah, now I'm in here. Let's go control some minds. Bam!
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
What now?
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you.
Aww.
I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
Oh.
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it.
Is that it?
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it.
I can't be sure that this is even... Yeah, we're going to show the baby while this is happening.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did
Not
it.
the baby.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
But I did such a good job.
You did it.
Oh, we're back here. The baby is like 15 in baby years. Yeah, you did it. You broke the game. But yeah, one sec. Let's bring that baby up for co-pilot. Oh, you and your little helmet. I got the little tough guy here. I want to get him a little mohawk somehow. The kitty ear is great and all, but like, you know, no son of mine, right? Buddy, you are my co-pilot. Yeah, clap the end of Just end the stream right there. Like, that's my fucking go of it. Oh, shit. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
It means I'm
Stanley
split
decided
now.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Gotta check the funny door.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Fuck your
When
story.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Fuck
doors,
your story.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, weird.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Listen, man. I'm a rebel now. You were sarcastic with me. I can't tolerate that.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Number one dad? Working right here? Why'd you think I got him the ears like father, like son, Matt Ticky? I swear to God.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Yeah, this room's great.
A room so utterly captivating, but eager to get back to business,
Here
Stanley
I
took
go.
the first open door on his left.
Listen, man.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I'm in rebel mode now. Not one fucking thing you say. Oh, I bet I could jump down there. He didn't tell me not to. Kill you.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay. God help me if
All of
anyone
his co-workers were
dares
gone.
me not to
What
jump
could it
off a
mean?
building.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I am powerful. I am in charge of my fucking destiny.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
I
left.
can't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
We are
Yes,
briskly moving
this
through
room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No. You're not the boss of me, British man. Maybe next playthrough. It's not a number. The B in there.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I have to now, man.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Hey, you're British.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Yeah, but what if I want to go to this left one now? Wait.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I can't number shit. Here, I have a 4.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
It's me, right? I'm the winner. What the fuck? Who are these idiots? Wait, why are the awards going down? Only the worst 3% chose the blue door. I am the worst Stanley player. That's fucking amazing. Are they gonna like take away my awards? Ah, well. Let's go through here.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh no!
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done.
Goodbye.
It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here?
UV unwrap this a little better. Brother.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Ooh, what are we playing now? Boot up MP.
Aha! Fascinating.
Far Cry?
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
There is no toilet up here. The world is my toilet. Alright. Wait! Wasn't there a puppet combo game like this? Night Watch? I'm into it.
No, it can't be.
What can't be, my British friend?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Oh, ew. What's up with
Preferably
these
something
walls?
with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Hold on.
Okay.
There's gotta be a
this
fucking...
will be just the thing.
Oh, brother. There had to have been a hole in the wall. Wait, what is
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Hey, it's pretty. What am I
Okay,
supposed
so
to
what
do?
exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Oh, it's
Stanley,
Rocket League.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
But I don't want to have fun. Oh man, I'm going faster. Look how fast I could go. I go faster and faster and faster.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Correct.
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Oh, that's not enough ball, my dude.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Yeah, more.
More balls!
Very good. Oh no! Okay, that's... I don't know what to do with all the ball.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Yeah.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
Brother.
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you.
Oh, you are
Without
doubling
rules
down,
or
huh?
boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Hold on. What are you doing?
I won.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
He's no idea who he's dealing with. I'm obstinate as fuck. Huh. Oh. This room feels loud. I want to go to the light. I guess the lights weren't going. Alright. Huh. Is that video games? I've been having fun with video games. Huh. Huh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Yeah, what else you got going on? Pandora Night. Hope you have a good stream. Yeah, it'll be great. I'm enjoying this game. This game is kind of... Wait, that was an ending? Oh. I never want endings. I just want to keep playing. Okay, let's try something.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Funny door. Kill the computers. Wait, what? Let me do the buttons. I guess I can't. It's really weird. Alright. My fucking candy senses are tingling.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
We'll take that
he entered
left.
the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, but what's downstairs? Red lights. My favorite. Wait, what's that read? Hi, I wrote this in first period and left it in your locker on the way to school. It's what all the cool kids... It's got a little drawing of a cat, too. That's cute. However, not really worried about it.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
It's my car.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, He imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I'm great.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Uh-oh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Jesus.
But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Very impolite. Okay. Now, fresh ending. Rings the phone.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Funny door. Hey, that computer. It's like setting off shit in my head. Things are a little different in this room every time. My homeboy was... There was a thing on it last time. It's over here now. Huh. Actually, you're right, Mage. Jesus. Am I still in the last one? What's some fucking going on? New content. Next time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Let's see where this goes.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Yeah.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
My
Please,
waifu?
stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Ah!
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
You've been making shit up. The fuck am I? Ah!
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
No, you could have done that this whole time, pal. I think he likes it when I'm obstinate.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
I'm gonna die again? Press G on your cube. Maybe once.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Every key but G. You are not my fucking boss. But alright.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now
Getting a
he's
bit too
pushing
real,
a
huh?
button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going
If
home.
I start crying, guys,
Now
you're gonna
he's
clip
coming
it.
back
I'm
to
gonna watch
work.
it later.
One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Yeah, right. Well, I didn't choose the part where... What are we spelling here? Can I take the wife apart? Use parts to smash window?
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
The boys, huh?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Stanley Kid. Ah, dinner. I want dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world,
Oh, no.
he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Aw.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed.
Too real.
The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Asshole.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Hmm. Yeah, once again, we're out of narrator.
How long was I sitting there?
What the
Stanley
shit?
wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned?
The fuck?
He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Excuse me. Never the end, never the end, never the end.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I don't know, man. Where's the input computer? Did I miss it? Okay, this is all wrong. What? This is clowning around. Can't even get back into my own office. That one, yeah, it made a different sound, but then nothing else happened. So we're going to continue with the old content, because there's still shit left to do here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sure.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Just... I think there's a fork down here that we can explore. 4200. Just keep making mistakes.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Hello, Soda Bobbins.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
It's time to
television
control some
screens.
minds.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Wait,
Each
where am I?
bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The
427,
lives of
right?
so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this
Thanks for the
place
bits, my
where
dude.
freedom meant nothing.
What is it, 427? That's me, right? Oh, whatever. Yeah, that's my office. Oh, man. Give me that
This
elevator.
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Upsy daisy.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I can see.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
But did I? Is that really what I did? What if I just ran around messing with stuff? Or seeing what's down here? This is comfortable down here. up there? There's a button. And I'm finding buttons all over the place. I want them all. I'm just not looking hard enough for them. 3. 5, 3. I would presume to be 3 more buttons. 1, 2. Alright, 4. I guess that's you up there, right? You son of a... Oh, I'm locked out. I can't do all 4 buttons. Okay. Very good. Alright, off to the facility power. Man, why Source Engine looks so damn good, bros?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Yeah.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
It controlled
You
me.
were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you,
3.
about me, where we're going.
Which one's 3?
What all this means. I barely know where to start.
3.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right.
You have 3 attempts remaining.
You're going to
now.
die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
Just pushing
I have to say
buttons.
this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
I have a vague
Or did
idea.
you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Yes.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen,
Oh,
clicking
fuck
on
off.
every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a
damn it.
tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. but I'm going to destroy it first.
Oh, fuck off.
So you can't.
Fucking
Take a look
great.
at the clock, Stanley.
Amazing.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
Point 427.
Another choice.
No.
Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
It was quick. And that's all I could ask for. I got pranked. Well, it feels good to not be exploded. Alright, 427, back on duty.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Mess with everything. Shit's burning out there. Oh, fuck off. This is great. Yeah, no more. Turn off. But where's my... There's like a... There was supposed to be a computer what had the... I'm gonna get fussy. Yeah, something out there's on fire.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office,
I need that
but it
affirmation,
didn't make a
buddy.
single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm not done. I'm almost there. We got time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I do.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
But I don't think so.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
There's something I
here.
want to get to.
I'm not your enemy, really.
We gotta try all sorts of different
I
things.
realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really?
Yeah.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is
what
important.
I want to try.
Stanley walked through the red door.
I want to capitulate at the very
Perhaps
end.
you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
I want to do
Stanley
this one.
walked through the red door.
Nope. Just wanted to see.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Then why am I
The
not
problem
happy?
is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
What?
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Wait, we got 2 doors. Oh, off we go. Wait, what? What's going on?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Can I walk away? Nah. I think we're in it to win it now. What's through this door?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Kind of.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
We got an escape, though. Oh, that's pretty. Can I just sit here and marvel at this nonsense? Is something gonna kill me? The longer I spend in here, the more I feel in danger. It's nice. Okay, I can't fall off the platform. Crouch, just sit down. Look at the texture, it's pretty good. I feel like I'm done.
No, wait. Where are you going?
It's been nice, but I want to keep walking. Oh, that's cute. Yeah.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Wait a sec.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I mean, we've just gotta do it again.
No! Oh, thank God.
What?
You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
I don't know. I'm a little baffled.
No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't
what?
go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
What were you before? I don't even know your name.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
I like the way you, present yourself. Oh,
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
it's despite you.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Oh, thank you. Hey, you could put a door. But you didn't.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Crocodile tears. Now we're gonna go towards the mind control room, but take a left to escape and see what that do.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yep.
What could it mean?
It could mean I'm
Stanley
playing with some
decided
stuff.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
Flap.
had simply missed a memo.
Oh, Stanley doesn't miss memos. Stanley's a fucking Office Space Chad. Bap, 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 bap. Bap. Damn it. Not good at doors, though.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
take me to the boss's room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
That's what he did.
The moment he entered his manager's office,
Every time I
Stanley
forget.
froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man
1451?
to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk.
He sure did.
What could it mean?
I keep forgetting
Was
the
it
number.
a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Computer outside the main office is an input terminal. I'll have to investigate that next time. We might go for the new content after this. But wait, can I ride the elevator again after this? Should have tried 6969. Oh, I did. None of them do nothing. Yeah, I did 6969 a lot. We go.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Wait a sec.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
You want to stop there? I'll have you know I do not feel silly.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, but what if I did this? Or jump through? No, it won't let me.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh! You cried last time I faced a violent death.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
5 minutes. Go back, there's a secret. This whole thing is a secret. What are you talking about? Go back up. Alright, but we're doing the escape next. Alright. Alright. I'll do what you guys say, but I won't do what, you know, this fucking guy says.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
So
Did you
Stanley
think we were
listened
going
to chat.
go forward
Yeah.
down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Shut up, shut up. I got it. I got this. We're the narrator now. Listen, man, Stanley Liberation 24/7. I do what I want. It's the chip.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Fussy baby.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Goddamn baby.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
It's just a bunch of noise. It isn't over. Keep doing it. No, I'm definitely... Excuse you. Oh, this ride keeps going. Me and you, baby. We're gonna do this one.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for
We're
a
going
minute.
pretty quick.
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
I'm beginning to suspect you're being sarcastic with me.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible.
Yes.
They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in
I
the
heard about
audience
that. We're
to
starting
build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters?
Listen, I don't
Why
want
aren't we given
my
time
expectations
to imagine
subverted.
surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it. Which
Yeah,
is
like
why we're
right
so
now.
starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
God, I
Which
hope
is why...
not.
Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're
I'd
not
rather
much
not.
for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up
You
to
mean
you,
you?
Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
don't appreciate your...
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Fucking incredible. World's healthiest human being is fucking woman laughing at salad. I can't. I need that. Okay. Oh my god, I'm the storyteller. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna revel in this. I'm the storyteller. It's me, on stage. World peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Yeah, but what about this door? Sentient machine.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling.
This sounds
and what
like
it means
my
to
writer.
craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
I didn't know I like almonds
Okay,
and gum.
it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Yeah, but... Remember where you came from. Stanley, me, David, story. Oh, this is all so wonderful. Break a leg, your boss. I love the way you write elevators. No one tells stories the way you do. Oh my god. Everyone loves me. Oh, of course they do. Here we go. What if I jump off? Bam! Crowd surf time. Wait. No bitches? Horrible.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
You know what? We're gonna do the escape now. That's what I got in plan here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
Sure
entered
did.
the door on his left.
Well, hello there, Mr. Yusuf.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright,
Coming
time to
to a
escape.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation. Until at last,
I remembered.
Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Shut
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
Bro, you've
So
been
he
talking this whole
relaxed
time.
for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Fucking asshole.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Sure did. Stanley Parable Cheshire mod. The world wouldn't deserve it. It'd be too good for this world.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, but not this time.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Awesome. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
To stare it down. I heard this part from Half-Life 2.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Ah. Boxes. Stanley!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The blueprint shows the office from the beginning, the path, 2 doors. Sections have been added to alter development. Oh, yeah. Neat. Offices. Fling cabinets. Yeah, you sure did make assets, guys. All these wonderful people who made this wonderful game. This makes me want to crack open Blender. This is like beautiful. Nature paintings. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. I've had just about enough beauty for one day. Left to right, left to right. Maintenance room. Photocopier. What's over to the right, though? Office clock. I guess we're just moving around now. What the fuck is this?
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the... When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility.
I've had just about enough of that guy already. Alright, upsy daisy, I guess. What's that beeping? Oh. Yes, okay. What have we over here? The Zending? I don't remember no Zending. fuck you mean sending? The apartment timer, what? Okay, that's ominous. I think this is purely a museum. There's going to come a point where I just need to get the fuck out of here. What we got through here?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Yeah, or else what? But I'm still alive. Or else I might die, right? Yeah, no. That's just not happening to Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Always missing memos. I think it's time for the new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
This is where shit gets really weird.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I mean, sure. I just keep riding this thing around? Alright.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I've had it just about enough of you, pal.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I'm kind of excited too, Narrator man.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
Brother.
It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Weren't you just complaining about how... whatever. Ooh, a jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, I can't jump unless I'm in the circle.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
I win. Oh. I'm out of jumps. Very good.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's
talking
just
about?
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Brother,
if this is new
chill.
content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Hey, you're fucking baby, man. Chill out.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I am enjoying the new content.
That's
this is
it?
lovely.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
Oh,
and
yeah.
don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally
Oh
accountable.
yeah, Twitter's just for that.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
I want to sit in the
What do
chair.
you say, friend?
Wait a sec. Hold on. Who moved my office? It's all wrong.
Psst. Stanley!
Hang on.
Come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
You know what? Nah, buddy.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Well, now I'm definitely not looking. Asshole. Let me back in.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
No.
he entered the door on his... This
Call me
was
a
not the
dork.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I do.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Sure.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yeah, but nah.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Where the fuck am I? Button.
From here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
I guess I have to.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Hello, truck. Hey.
No. This
Hey,
isn't right
okay.
at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Really,
And
just
this
gonna
time,
give up?
Suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay.
Is it
From
employee
the top-
Clippy? This is a fucking paperclip. Okay, whatever. We're doing this again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Wait.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where'd that friggin'... There was a screen with the number growing. The weird input. I miss it. Where the hell did it go? Wait. This is a problem.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Brother.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Sure. This makes me want to play a horror game, like real bad. Hey, what we got here? It feels like progress.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm real accustomed to that. There isn't fire this time. I'm fucking weirded out. Is this always like that? Probably. I can't... It's like a void here. I can't interact with this door. Yeah, there's something wrong here.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Why don't we? Yeah. For some reason these doors aren't fucking buttoning. Just waiting for some monster to come start chasing me around. Be kino as fuck. That's the ending I want.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
The blue
The
room?
story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Killing me, pal.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Thanks.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Yeah, shit's gonna just get weirder and weirder. The adventure line, huh?
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Whoa. But that's a weird direction. I'm getting some Stranger Danger vibes.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
All right. I guess this isn't a decision tree anymore. We're just sort of following the line. Ooh. Interact with the machine. Wait. Damn it. This is lovely over here.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
It's fine.
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Adventure line music. Alright. Yeah.
Cut the music.
Yeah.
Go back and look at that fern.
Why? What?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Yeah.
You won't want to miss anything.
Is there like something funny about it? Why am I trusting you? My God. What brain stuff did he do to me to get me to... Oh, this
Wait,
fucking
but
guy.
we're back at the office?
We sure are.
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Well, I guess we're going to this side of the office. Even the video game is telling me to stream Payday 2. Oh, man. But I don't play in, like, Death Wish.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Hit me with that line. Motherfucker.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Because every
Something
time I
exciting,
do, you lose your
daring,
goddamn
mysterious.
marbles.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
It's again, you are deciding things.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, same. We're gonna have a good old time here. I wonder, is this lighting or just really clever texture?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I guess me and you are in it to win it now. Let's go.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
You're real sure about that.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Huh.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
This is where I'm hanging
No,
up.
it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Can I
Does
have a
that
sit?
mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
My dude.
We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
We're still in new content land.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Alright. Christ. Oh, that's cute. It's true. I did the vent thing. That's the meme.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Alright. Let's try and be amiable. Oh, hey! Wait a sec. I've played this VR game
I
before.
call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
Oh.
Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched?
Yeah.
Back then, video games had integrity.
It's true.
Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
It's not what time it is. Time it is. Mozilla. Fucking cute. Ah, see her tease. This is just precious.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this
Don't
stunning
read
triumph
any-
of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
Alright, this
Did
level
you
of
hear that,
self-awareness
Stanley?
is...
Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It was pretty fucking cool content. You are just entitled gamer. The original remake. What's down here, though? Memory Zone maintenance. What on earth? This is House of Nostalgia.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly
Thank you
stimulating
for the
commentary on the
subscribe,
nature of
Madness
choice in
187.
games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I want to put Project Nexus game reviews in Project Nexus. Brother, I can't proceed. No.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
Dude, you need to stop living in the past. Let's go do some maintenance.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
We're gonna fuck
What's
with your
this?
memories.
What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being collected down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
Thank you for the sub.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Is it? I'm gonna leave a bad review. Too British. Alright. I wanna read more funny reviews. I guess that's the way. Ooh.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment surely couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
This fucking guy. Hold on a sec. What you hiding back here? Ladder. Some copper wire. Alright, just making sure.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Yeah.
That last one was, well...
Like an hour.
I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer.
Yeah,
but
you're
they're
probably talking
really,
the whole
truly
time.
Getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Give me another door.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again.
You talk,
Stanley, I think it's been a week or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with.
Let's look around.
And
a
you'd
little
think
bit.
that that's
This
just how
seems-
it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
Did you?
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment.
Are you fucking dead? Can I have some batteries to replace my... What's that? Is that always there? Probably. Are you out of batteries? Who knocked down my... Alright, that's...
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said.
Sure are. I gotta keep checking back there. I can't fucking help it. Can I, like, put the chair so I can sit down for this eternity? No. Here we go, to another year.
The end is never the end, 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 is never...
Wait, it's leaking. Dude, if I push that button, this whole thing's gonna fill with water. Maybe this is how I die. Maybe that's just it. Let's go. Let's do this. Ah. Wait, is it like daytime out there? Yeah, whatever. Hey! Now it's daytime out there. Absolutely incredible. I'm loving all of this. At this rate, I'll get to see what the year 3000 is all about. Oh. I do like horror games. Give me that jump scare. Ah, you ain't got the nuts. Wait a sec. Someone knocked my building over. Oh, it's fucking broke. That ain't coming back. Alright. Cool. Fuck year is it? Off we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the input? Christ. New content? Well, hot damn.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New, pal. Let's do this. I missed you. Outside the boss's office. I guess I'm doing that next time. Ah, you wanted to show me an elevator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Brother, I can't see.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
Way too fucking meta.
But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
TSP. Wait. This is all very wonderful.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Can I ride a bus? My game starts with riding a bus. Just make it ride a bus.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I'm hearing about a reassurance bucket. Where's the bucket? No screenshots? Yeah, no, we're going straight to the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's
You're
true.
absolutely correct, I can feel
As long
it.
as you hold onto the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
So why can't I
You
hold
may
it?
even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Door.
The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Give me the bucket. I do not like that
Can
laughter.
you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Charisma?
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Oh,
the
if
benefits
that's even
of the bucket seem
possible.
to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
So this is my bucket. Amazing. This is a well put together little bucket here. I'm enjoying this.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Let's see here. We're just gonna go right to left then. Let's be real systematic.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday.
Get well
Which
someday.
would you go with?
Get well. Or get 12? I don't know. Take your pick, man. Let me throw. Guess that's not what's happening. Oh! Fucking Stanley.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Asshole. This
Or
fucking
actually,
guy.
maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Well, in the interest of continuing to go right. Distance. Where did you get off?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of.
Ooh, it's a big
never
old
been
hole.
done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Well, I mean, how can I turn down this opportunity?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I want to see how far this goes.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? I could do this forever. You said that.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas
Saw it
for the
coming.
sequel.
Go back in. Kerbo, you think so?
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly
It's
infinite?
not infinite at all. I can
If
still
that
see the
works for
top.
you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move
Too
on.
much bottom.
I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Oh my god. But yeah, what if I want to, like, people throwing cigarettes down here? Every pause button is in. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Oh, that's cute. All these terrible ideas they threw down here. Meeting at 2 p.m. Ah. New mug. Yeah, it's. I got my bucket. I mean, I'm having a good time down here. What if I tried climbing out of the hole? Do it again. Alright.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you.
No.
The problem
we're
is
going
that you
way
like
fast.
holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole.
Yeah, I'm going to keep
I didn't think
reminding
it was that
you.
not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more.
Fucking
to show
shut
you.
up.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Yeah, we're going
I
towards
suspect
this.
that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Well, I kind of don't
There
want
it
to.
is. The shame of... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
I ran.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh,
Is
no.
the, teleport button not working?
Your teleport button.
You
is not
sure?
working.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Literally.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Let me out. Oh. Could it be? Are we getting some horror game? Could go for that skip one. Ah, well. I suppose it would make more sense if I were lower in the hole anyways. Thank you for the bits, Kurt. I'm glad I have my bucket. Otherwise this might be a little traumatizing. damn jumps. I don't know. Down I go. Keep the damn jumps? You keep your damn jumps. I'm having fun here. I'm so glad I have my bucket. I like this one. This is like straight from The Sims.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no.
But in the corner I see H to change my reality. Blood. Change myself? Well, hot damn. Oh, we found my favorite one. Looking flawless. Fucking
Stanley?
marvelous.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
What are you talking about?
Drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Short words. Send me down again. Wait. Oh, we're just back here.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Well, the bucket's staying with me forever. The mostly infinite hole, the office decorations. Alright, you know, there's really no other way to do that one, so I don't think. Ooh, I do like me a free and easy achievement. Oh.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Give me more jumps.
Oh, well.
You got the power,
I suppose
dude.
it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
You piece of shit, dude. Give me the achievement. Pull the lever, receive new achievement, no more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, We hear you, and I promise it will happen.
How come gamers get oppressed so much? This is ridiculous. Alright. The oppression, guys, it never ends. Alright. It just works. This oppression will not go unanswered, my friend.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Rude, buddy. Thank you. I will find them all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I need more collectibles. Wait, a button that says the name of the player that is playing the game? That sounds too fucking unbelievable to be... It's astounding.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
It's gonna say something rude.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
But I'm Jim.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see?
Good shit.
What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again,
Jim.
It's me, Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Are you sure?
I'm putting the Jim button away.
Don't you
Otherwise,
fucking
soon
dare.
you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
I want to miss being Jim. Call me Jim. Validate me. You know, this whole stage just looks so casually beautiful. Like this whole game. It's ridiculous. Wait, is that another bucket? No. A man can dream of having 2 buckets.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
What's through here? Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
I'm not ready for an epilogue.
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Wait, what? That fucking sound. I know that sound. The baby is all grown. That's good. Fucking sound. I do not like that sound. Okay, I've seen both of those things. I guess we're ready for the epilogue now, right? Because we've done that. There's nothing that way. The mostly infinite hole. A reminder that I've lost all my jumps. Like a... I need more jumps. The button that says Jim. Looking amazing. Alright, epilogue time. Wait, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. Wait, what? Settings. Is there something in here I could do to goof around? No. Bucket, reassure me. That's new. Did I just walk right through like a ding-dong? You heard Jim in the game. I sure did. But where do I go now? What's this? Oh. Wait. Wait, take a screenshot in the no screenshot zone. Oh. Oh, my bad. 1313 has subscribed. Thank you. 11 months. God damn, dude. Thank you. Okay, so Zep says all settings to max, which I wouldn't have thought of that. That's in a game with this much meta humor. I really should have thought about that, but here we go. Let's do that. I turn everything on. Which one am I missing? Oh, Very large, okay. Still missing something, huh? Very small. No, it has to be world champion. You gotta take every setting to every possible value. To every possible value or just the maximum? Because that's 100. VSync. High. They're all up. The slider, man, they're all up. Every one of them is like maxed out. Oh, you're out, Rip? Thanks for dropping by, dude. There's more values than just max. Everything's on. Everything's very large or very max. You have to go through all the values one by one. They're all up, dude. Max, 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 max. One by one, they're all on. Turn them to min. You need to see every value. You need to... I see every value. I've seen every value. To get the settings world champion, you need to go through each of the sliders point by point, and this means not simply holding down the control stick as you would to skip individual numbers, so use the D-pad instead. You'll also need to select show subtitles, show translation tables to cause new sliders. For these include go through... Oh, you mean like progress through like every possible value. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it, guys.
This is a man named Stan.
Do I have to go through every resolution? I feel like that's just gonna be a mess. This doors. You'll need to go through each of the sliders point by point. This means not simply holding on the control stick, as well as it will start to skip individual numbers, so use the D-pad. You'll also need to select show and cause the new sliders to appear. Every result. There's going to be like a gazillion of these things. make sure. What was that? Oh, I see what I did. Real fussy with this. Wait. Let's just try that. Let's use the damn number button. Yeah, Anderson. Fussy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Well, the thing is, like, I would not have known to do this were it not for you guys, and then you guys told me to do it, and I still couldn't do it.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
We've been here for 3 hours.
This is the story.
About 3, yeah, wow. Oh, you're right, I don't have to hold it down all the way back. What am I thinking? I'm driven insane by this shit, sorry. Driving me nuts here. Swear to God, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Beginner's Guide to the and Superliminal? No, I haven't even heard of those. Fuck off! Let me through. Because, like, I did it. SPG. Ah!
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
So fucking dumb. Yeah, it sure is a lot. I've been made very irritated by your game, Britishman. Wait. Does bumpscosity do anything? Is there a door? 12 viscosity. Oh, I'm hydrated. Oh, I'm very hydrated. I want to lose my mind. Now what do I do? There. 1,000 viscosity. With the high viscosity, can I have the achievement? Is there an exit back this way? No, it's just dark, that's all. Truck. Yeah, still can't do that. Just fucking leave? Wait, this is the bucket door. Yeah, we already cleared this, but there was a door off to the left that they wouldn't let me take. There's just cups everywhere. What a mess this place is. Can't go back. Check out the map in the foyer. Well, like, this is the foyer. I think there's a map somewhere around here. There has to be. There it is. E. Exit. 5. What the fuck? None of this makes any goddamn sense. I hate this map. The button that says your name. E exit. Epilogue. It's like this way. Yeah, it's the exit. I can't go. They're not letting me get out of here. Unless this is the exit. Thanks, guys.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
So, some of my settings are a little goofy. Yeah, we're good, we're good. No screenshots, huh?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you The Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement.
Okay,
yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Well, some serious
I wanted more than
commentary.
anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Integrity?
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, wonderful. Ah. Ah.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big
Fucking
building
balloons.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened.
Fucking
This
balloons.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Where's my bucket? I don't have my bucket anymore. This is unacceptable.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I need my bucket.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Ah, yeah. Excuse you. It's office shit.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I understand there's a computer near my boss's office.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and a lifelong friend.
Me and the bucket.
Hand it over. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ah.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Real generous to call them that.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Me and this bucket are fucking bros.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Phenomenal.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Which way do I go now, guys? This way? And then we turn it off?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
As our
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Hello.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Let me out.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Can I throw the bucket
Even
through?
the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence
I
of the
can't
bucket.
survive.
Needed
Bucket
the
can.
soothing warmth of the bucket. Would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh, don't worry, this bucket and me we're pals forever now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Figurine in the meeting room. We gotta go to the meeting room.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Meeting room is to the right? What the fuck am I?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
I'm all
here it
mixed up.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I want to go to the meeting room. Yeah.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
How can we find them? Bottom text. Oh, they did a bottom text meme. Large room, lots of boxes. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Something both red and blue. Oh! I guess that's my fucking mission now. The meeting room will always tell me. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh, hell yeah. Large room, lots of boxes. Oh! Wow. You can't have my bucket, buddy.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
It's a gamer thing. You wouldn't understand, my dude. Now, if we go through there, we do the spin. Wait, what if there's a figurine in there? I'll figure it out later. Let's go up and then detour. Okay, nothing changed. Nothing changed.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, I think this is not such a great direction to go. Go to the escape. That's what I'm gonna do this time, because like I've done both of the buttons. I've done the escape before.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight
However,
ahead through the large
there's
door
another
that
way.
read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Stanley and the bucket. I
At
like
this
that.
point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
In we go.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Rude.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Okay.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
And what of Stanley?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket
where'd my
to
bucket go?
behold.
Welcome to the grand exhibit, standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void, but through the use of the exhibit, the mind becomes full and enriched. Alright, it's the bucket exhibit. Let's do this. Once again, we're
Can
in a...
you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
No.
Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
There's something wrong here. Taking the bucket away from me. I hate this. I hate this. The bucket with 2 handles. This is insane. 25 buckets, 2 handles? And they call me filled with hubris? The Inferno bucket. Drove dozens of nations to war. Billions died. Alright. Stress bucket. Ah, yep. You require no commentary, stress bucket. We get you. We get you. Yep. Some things never change.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Give me that bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new...
Is that the option? Give me that bucket. Wait. I don't have my bucket! Oh! How foolish! Good! No! This isn't heaven. I don't have my bucket. All the buttons in the world can't... Give me, God damn. I'm in hell. I'm in hell. I don't have my bucket. Oh no. They can turn... Oh shit. They turned themselves back on. This is meaningless. Yeah. I hate this. I don't like this. The sequel. What if I do it with the bucket?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Motherfucker! Okay. Me and the bucket can't go to heaven, I get it. Alright. I get it. I hate it. Meeting room. Meeting room.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Red and blue. Large room, lots of boxes. I have to be disobedient. Oh, well. Welcome to the street.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
Oh, gross.
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I'm gonna get jump scared.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Time to be disobedient.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Don't think so.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Wait.
There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
But
Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Yep. Okay. No, I want them Stanleys.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming.
Ain't it something?
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
Jump
be.
out the window.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Find
Was
a
this
window
better
and jump
than the
out it. How's that
meeting room?
sound?
Yeah. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Careful, like.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
We've all
You
but
can't
one.
go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Is death the only option? Oh wait, no, I see the thing. I could go through here. What you got for me? Oh. The fuck? Cassette tapes. The 80s is making a comeback.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why,
why is it in slideshow mode?
Feels
What's going
so.
on?
What do I do with this treasure? I can.
Is it because of the
I
disrespect
can
to the
monetize
bucket?
it. Yes.
Don't monetize the bucket.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Caporata.
Not going back to heaven.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
Time to
chest.
be
This
very
was not the
disobedient.
correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it
Unplug the
truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Well, since I got ahead that way.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Because I got to go through here to get to the red and blue doors.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
The car.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Except he didn't.
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I need the red and the blue doors.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test
Oh,
scenarios,
God.
and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
I can't
Simple
handle
enough, right?
decisions.
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
I don't know the ramifications of my decision.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Asshole.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I'm gonna go with my guts here.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you.
Dude,
Thank
rude.
you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
What the fuck is that? There's something over there. But no, it's not a bucket.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
I don't like these sounds.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let
Oh,
me
yeah,
see. It should
real
be around here
organized up there.
somewhere.
Oh.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Unless it's a tractor.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
It's all
Mere
buckets
moments
and
ago
tractors.
I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No, you're not.
Okay, here we go.
No.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Yeah, everything's
Why
a
did
bucket.
everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh my
Except
God,
for the
I
tractors.
had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
We gotta go right, because we still gotta do the red and the blue door.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
But not with the bucket. I think you're right, because if I jump off that thing with the bucket, has to be gotten without the bucket. Gotcha. Because the bucket changes the fucking curve of everything. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
We'll see you later,
he had
dude.
simply missed a memo.
Mr. Bucket will be back.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
That's all you got?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell
got
you
it,
that I'm
Mads.
proud
We're
of
doing
you for
that next.
collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
No
so,
rewards.
instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Now, I can't remember what I had done last time. Like, I was completely disobedient to one. Okay, let's just...
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
A non-moose with
we would both be
$25?
so
Holy
much
shit,
happier
dude.
if
Thank
we
you.
just stopped. And
Just
I think,
stop.
well,
Dude,
I think
25,
I have a
thank you.
solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh, 50. Oh, we're going for the funny number. Dude, thank you.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Looking for drugs.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's
Okay, we'll check that
beautiful,
link
isn't
out
it?
when we're on
If
our
we
way out,
just
dude.
stay
Thank you
right
very
here,
much.
right in this moment with
Jesus
this
Christ, dude,
place.
thank you.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no.
Yeah.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself,
Yeah, that's kind of like agonizing to just up and down, up and down. Wait, what? What? No, you're supposed to take me to heaven. It's all fucked up.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers.
Give me back
I
my
haven't
bucket.
stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Give me back my
Wasn't
bucket.
it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
I'm gonna throw a
Didn't
fit.
it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
All over this
Yes,
room.
I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Motherfucker. Big British baby. Alright, let's go. Just do whatever you want to do. Alright. One of them Stanley figs. Okay, put this hole here.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
We could try and relive it with the memory building thing. There's a ring here. What's going on? Hey. The bucket's gonna be so proud of me when I find him again.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
It's not... Well, whatever.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
Boss's office.
Hey, that's exactly right.
It was right over
here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
fourth one.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
It's all wrong. What the fuck? There was something in there. It's like a rabbit or something. Oh, whatever. We need you. What the fuck is that? Yeah, me and the pink room don't have memories together. Let's just keep on fucking going.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Fucking fantastic. What the fuck? 69 tier 1 subs? Bro, what the... Dude. Holy shit, dude, thank you. Dude. Thank you. God damn, dude.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Back to work. Good. Wait through all 69. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty noisy for a little while here. It'll drown out the narrator a little bit. What? Oh, that's gonna be a minute. Holy shit, I am one lucky dog. Thank you.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
What's going on? You're supposed to go to the same spot.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Damn.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready
that's
to
a
move
lot
on.
of money, dude.
Stop the loading screen.
Kinda...
Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Sure. I'm interested.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I want more too, buddy. Let's try not to fall.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Terrified of like falling and messing everything up. It's weird. The game is messing with me. God damn it, thank you.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Wait. Was this always like that? Is this game gonna iron lung me?
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Yeah, under the stairs, right? No. That's the one we've forgotten. Some sounds.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Alright. Just fucking accelerated nostalgia. This isn't how it was. Oh shit. It's gonna remind me that I ruined all
Look,
my
it's the
jumps.
terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
You just make up memories. Endless things, dude. God damn. Wait, my filter's changing.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Wait, what was the one with the unplugging of the phone? But I don't think we can unplug the phone. Everything's all been fucked with. Wait, yeah, this... no. Ah! Just go back home.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
Stanley, your bucket?
That's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay. So which one was it? Do I unplug the phone ending? At the right door?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I have to go without the bucket? Master, I think you were the one who told me which way I gotta go. Heaven for Stanley was pushing right with the bucket, or without? You know what? I need a second, because I've been sitting here for like 4 hours now, and I have not had a bathroom break, so we're going to take just a second here. Alright, fried chicken completed. Oh, a little button on the mic betrayed me. We heard that, we heard all that. You didn't hear the screaming. Okay, the crazy thing is I pushed the button and it started blinking, as in it was turned off. But you guys got to hear me piss for like 3 minutes. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, I was a little worried about that. She is. It just occurred to me. Like, wait a sec. I could have swore I saw the little bar moving. Ten out of 10 content. Oh well. Amazing. Nah. Y'all got to hear got to hear a stream within a stream. 420, the door that's never open. New ASMR. Nah. Okay, what'd you say? Right, lounge, box, to the telephone room. Unplug the telephone. But, right, lounge, box area, telephone room. The telephone room. I don't remember the telephone room. Streamlined content. Well, I mean, if it becomes my most fucking viewed clip, like, out of everything I've put out there, then I know what kind of content flies with you guys, alright? That's a reflection on you, not me. We're taking the bucket.
A strong bucket.
I might need to pee again.
A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley
the lift. The lift is where I'm going.
Chair. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply
And then
the place
every
to
stream
be.
from here out will just be me in the next room
And
peeing
here it was.
for like
Had the bucket turned
7
out
or
to
8
be
minutes.
correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
We are all degenerates. That's why I'm not embarrassed.
Said the bucket.
Don't
Frankly.
go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
The stream.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing
You
is so
missed the
difficult.
bit.
I wish I were better at it. But there
Oh,
isn't
yeah, it'll be
exactly
clipped.
an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there
Yeah,
is.
also 69 subs.
It's sitting right
This has
here.
been a hell of a
Let's
stream.
take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Sure.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now? Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah, let's do
When
this.
Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Still want to play with the phone again.
What? We're back at the phone already?
Yeah.
No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
May I skip it?
Yes, surely. That will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Listen to the bucket. The bucket didn't say anything about the door on the left.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket came to a set
I
of two open
understand.
doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
I can't
Did you not
keep-
even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed
I'm in the wrong
at
end.
every one of our meetings from now on.
can't
All
go
because
down.
you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Fuck.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar.
Saw it?
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
So wait, do this again without the bucket? Yeah, okay, we're back. We're back. So do that again without the bucket, huh?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great.
But do it again. What are you talking about?
This is what I've wanted all
Wait, really?
along. I got what I wanted.
Do it again with the bucket? Yeah, it's a totally different ending. I suppose you guys aren't talking about the same thing. What if you did the nuke ending with the bucket? I kind of want to do the phone. Don't unplug the phone, but hold the bucket. So bring the phone, or bring the bucket, don't unplug the phone. Got it.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yeah.
Now pick up the phone.
Ahoy, ahoy.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
It's my bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
You did
I want
this
to say
to me.
something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah, it's a really nice PBR texture. Yeah, let's go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Oh, he's coming around.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket. Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
Oh,
give it to me.
no.
Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Absolutely not. It's my goddamn bucket. Wait. It's over? Okay. What if we got the telephone ending without the bucket? That's an option, right? How many endings are there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You got the telephone ending without the bucket? Did I? I thought I went and unplugged the phone. Nah, let's nuke the place. With the bucket.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered
Nuke
the
ending's
door
left, right?
left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Reboot the game, huh? Alright. Be just a second. Let's get back in there. I'm trying to listen, but I'm also like paying some attention here. Let's see what we got here. I'm really divided up like I always am. Please enter the current time. 12. Hold on, wait, 12:43. Holy shit, it's 12:43. What? Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set to 12 and call it a day. But you actually taking the time to set a clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you're so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. I'll let you get back to your video game. It's fucking fat. Let's get back in there. Now, where's the epilogue?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You need to reboot the game again? Wait. Epilogue is in the menu. Alright. We'll hop out, we'll hop in. We'll make it happen. like super curious now. You have to uninstall and reinstall. Yeah, I don't think so. My favorite time is the current time, my friend. Now I'm curious. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate? You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of this clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like the things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish I had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I could invent new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Let me whip up a couple now. Should be ready the next time you boot up. Oh! This fucking game. Let's get back in there. Unable to sync. Oh, come on. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing? Scrumtish? Occuboinkle. I like scrumtish a lot more. Please don't adjust the slider. You got it. Do you know what time it is right now? I do. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes, my friend. What time is it? What is time? Yeah. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yeah. Oh, heaps. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yeah, a couple times. This game's just silly as shit. Yeah, I feel like another reset is in order. What time is it? It's 12:50. Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've gathered all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyways. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? It's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. This fucking guy. Epilogue! That's what I was after. Hey, how's it going, Maneater? Many, many years later. Oh! I guess this was the true ending. And I just went out to touch grass, and there was no grass to touch. The earth scorched by an ancient sun. Still clouds, so I mean, that's still happening. Sit in my little chair. I ain't got my bucket, but you know, whatever. Well, that's nice. Pressing on. Am I just eating chair fluff? That's how I'm surviving? Yeah, that's the memory house. There's a generator hooked up to it. Someone hooked it up. Cookie 9 blog. Archives from 2027. It's bizarre. What is this? Cat dog born. Oh, did I do that? I hope so. I want to be responsible for something. No more spin-offs. No more spin-offs.
Jim.
It's clear. It's just not what the fans want. We thought we had a vision for the series. Oh.
Jim.
Yeah. I appreciate the gym lights.
Jim.
What we got here? The devs? What have we? I want these. I must collect. Thank you for joining the new content. What do we we got back here? What do we got? It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense! The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run the franchise right into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. If the people hate it, who cares? You see, it was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. Let me show you. Together we're going to make Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead and try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley's big train station. It's absurd. I love it. I love it too. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have say in it as well. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there, the achievement machine is all fixed. You see? I am on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Yeah, 12:58 a.m. Please adjust the slider. You know, like old time's sake. Amazing. Fucking amazing. Alright, we're gonna nuke the joint with the bucket and then call it a night.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Swashness has subscribed. Thank you, dude. 3-month streak.
Stanley worked for a company.
Time to nuke the joint.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Wait, I don't need the new content for the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
gonna nuke the joint. I can't wait.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yup, gonna nuke the joint. That's all there is to it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Weird.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do?
What do you do to get fired from a
a
place like this?
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Bird.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
I just look at birds forever. Fucking amazing. Like, wait. Something's wrong.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I see. We're just back to this over again. Okay, that's why I didn't see it there. Please let us rest. Yeah, no, I feel like feel like that's an excellent place to quit. And maybe never touch this game again. Honk honk, friend. Honk honk. 1 second here. We've got a little bit of a video to watch. Alright, we're going to go out on this video. Ta-da-da. Give me that left screen.
Come on. Woman! Shaking is not food, it's a lifestyle. Good for everybody, except the pig.
We're going out on bucket commentary.
But what can you do? Something need to be sacrificed, man. Like me sacrificing my present right now. It's only business, mama. There's CD right here. And this part of this legitimate business
but yeah,
deal.
good night, guys. This is a fine
Mom, what I tell you? Don't buy these ceramic knives, блин. This will go dull and you cannot sharpen anymore. Especially if papa uses this. La 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 la. No, just buy a normal steel knife. I mean, seriously, pap, what do you think? Cutting rocks with this? You can't cut trees with this like you do with other knives. No, not ceramic, like, it's not made of clay, блин. No, you can't beat it with a hammer. No, exploding, you go blind. So just the bucket barbecue, not your everyday shit. Well, it's everyday for us.
It's the same bucket.
There's no grill available, which is all the time. You need bucket and meat. I'll do the thumbs up in this video, because the last time I did okay sign the video got demonetized. What a time to be alive.
What?
Ah yes, plastic number 5, the best flavor. So here's how we do it here, no fancy grill, we have no smoke houses here, fuck that. Oh, sorry, mama. There is meat, there is flame, and Tilka's flavor. It's all we need, suka. Sorry, mama. A kilogram of meat. This 100 grams times 10. Or is this in the Forbidden West? 8/4 of a pound. I actually looked it up before the video. Mama, you have cutting board just for meat, very nice. We are not sandwiches here. If you cut the meat and the vegetables on the same board, you cook the meat and you eat the vegetables raw, and what you get is peas. Sorry, mama. It's not a bad knife though. For now. So what you want to do is cut the meat. The basically fist-sized piece. So if you hold it and punch someone in the face, you get tenderized meat, which is nice. It's very angry deal.
I should punch someone with the
Yes, the cat army has arrived. Ambitious где-то, блин. Pig was 50 times bigger than you are.
Fucking cat.
Have some chill. Basically, preparation is no more harder than stepping on a bus during rush hour time. Insert the meat.
Insert.
Блять, do not be afraid of the meat. You don't bite you anymore. Shit, actually need a lid. Hey, the neighbor has arrived. Hey, Katyusha, what is this? Sandwich with what? With hammer, sir, trying to kill me. No, it's fine, thank you. Да, bye.
Давай.
Mama, your salt has gone bad. 30 tablespoons. Yes, a tablespoon of salt on the meat. And sugar as well. Why? Because it's the recipe, блин. Details in the description of video. A teaspoon or coffee spoon if you're basic of pepper, or maybe two, so keep wild animal away. But you onion, of course. But why you're adding guys? Stop answering questions. Quiet in the back. This is art. Read your babushka's pantry for some vinegar. 65, good year. And vinegar as much as you want. And get the right amount. And 2 shots of vodka on top. Or water if you run out. Shell the tomb of pork and onion.
The tomb of pork and onion.
For a good time. Wait. For 72 days, no hours. Also, despite popular opinion, it is not advised to handle your meat before bedtime. Papa, stop laughing. Last time I prepared this just before going to sleep. Stay alive till 3 in the morning. Meat. Be serious. Business. After waiting the whole
I'm getting hungry.
Going crazy, congratulations. You are now ready to prepare the heating of the meat. But first you need to prepare the bucket. Check bucket, check eggs, punch holes and you're done. Now if you're checking porridge, you have finally gone crazy. You will destroy the bucket. I will say yes, that is the point. The air holes make a better flame, but it will slightly reduce the efficiency of the bucket a bit.
Reduce the efficiency of the bucket a bit. That's good.
Insert temperature.
It's defacing a bucket, but for a good cause.
Do a bit of guess. Test the temperature from distance. Open your milk container and try not to die. Take sticks of metal. Wooden stick? Not on this channel. Take meat. Apply meat to stick. Apply stick
Oh,
to
damn, I'm
flame.
getting hungry
Hover
now.
your hand over the flame so it looks like you know what you're doing. Do not be afraid of the flame. Burnt pork fat still tastes good, but since there is a lot of fat dripping from this, it will ignite the coals from time to time. And unless you want to make charcoal flavored meat, I suggest give the meat a timeout or reduce flame with water. Or if you're very patient, just wait for 10 minutes of cooking and it's done. And playing it is good every time. It is the only shashlik recipe that I ever make. What it tastes like, you will have to find out. Package the meat if there is any left over. Offer it to people and make instant friends. The meat is so juicy and so flavorful at this point, especially if you eat it warm, that you will not even want to eat anything with it, just to enjoy more of the flavor. Okay, so a bit of bad news. As I was coming back inside, Papa took 2 pieces for taste, and I thought, okay, why not? I took one as well, and then he took another one just in case. And
Just in case.
now there's 3. The average shelf life of a ready piece of meat in the Boris household is 5 minutes.
No time,
Enjoy.
right.
That's it. So what you need: meat, vinegar, salt, pepper, and a bucket. The best cooking pastime activity, and it only took what? 4 days? Actually, fun fact, you can just keep the waiting process and cook the meat very same day. Just let it marinate for at least an hour. Thank you for watching. Try this at home. Stay tuned.
hour,
I'll
huh?
see you next time.
Well, shit. I think that's one I might need to try. And with that, I do gotta thank you guys for dropping by and supporting me endlessly while I played this ridiculous game. This very ridiculous game. I honestly didn't know what to expect with that, but like the fact that it was like just endlessly entertaining the whole way through. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. And there's like a million more endings I can go through, but I feel like I've gotten like the breadth and depth of what the Ultra Deluxe has to offer. That's really fucking cool. I'm gonna take a quick peek, see if anyone needs rating, but I think that's it for tonight. Yeah, nah. Also, you should send that to Swain. Oh, I might be doing that recipe myself. I think it's pretty basic, so that's why I'm kind of excited about it. But yeah, no. Guys, I want to thank you guys for dropping by and watching me make an asshole out of myself, playing ridiculous games, and being there to support. I can't appreciate y'all enough. If I don't do another stream tomorrow or Tuesday, be known that on Wednesday I'm moving. So all this, new fucking setup. So I'm kind of excited about that. And if I don't see you Monday or Tuesday, I'll see you later in the week. Really excited about my new place. That is if Comcast actually hooks up the internet quickly. So much obliged. We'll catch you guys later.